I think we might be good to go. Let's see if we can switch it over to the player cam. Oh, somewhat. I forgot to turn the image back on. Oop. Which means I'll probably need to do that on the other screen as well.
Oh, that looks good.
Oh, that was pretty. I like the fire and everything.
Fire. We are on fire. Hopefully we stay on fire. Get a mic check from everyone to see how the audio sounds.
Hello.
Check,
Hello.
check, check.
Hello.
All right. I think y'all actually might be louder than me. Let me add a filter.
Oh, that's weird. It
It flips.
plays
Yeah.
like 30 seconds after we talk. I'm just gonna close that now.
Yeah, there's sadly
Just
there's a
mute it.
delay on Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, if I keep that open, it'll be way too distracting.
I just
A
muted
little
it.
bit.
But it looks really good, Brian. I mean, you did great work on it.
Thank you. I'm glad
Joey,
that it's
the
turned
little
out good.
token- The tokens by the name look really good too.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Character
good job,
token.
Jolly.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie.
I might need to turn Oracle up. Can I do that on here? Oh, there she is.
Do it on Discord.
Yeah. Trying to figure out where we
I
are.
changed my character's name, by the way.
Oh no. That's not correct. How dare you?
Oops.
What?
I did mine last second as well. I think he obviously picked up on that.
Yeah,
Was it different on Twitch?
Yeah, yours was easier to see once I looked at it on World Anvil. I'll have to
Yeah,
edit that
yeah.
then.
Mine's good.
Oh, well, it's the last name. No wonder I didn't recognize it. I was like, wait, I thought it was the same thing.
He got married.
He got
Or
married.
divorced.
Divorce
Okay.
is more likely, I guess.
Well,
yeah.
it's been a while. How's everyone been doing?
Good.
Yeah, it's been like 3 weeks or something.
Yeah.
Been even way longer since we touched bases on Numenera, and here we are about to start a new adventure.
I like it's game 1 on the 1st.
Yeah, I wanted to do that. Start the month off.
Yeah, it's the first. Uh-huh.
Well, for most of us. Jolly lives in the future.
This is
whatever.
though
Some
this
call
is
me a
kind of
time
session 0/session 1, so we don't have a day 0.
Working out the bugs.
So, welcome everyone to the first session of Forged Destinies, our new Numenera campaign. Now, with this one, we're going to be utilizing the new core books, Destiny and Discovery. And this is where I was going to have Dawn show up the books because she's got the physical copies, but she has no body.
Yeah. I'm
She's
little
just a
camera shy
Discord
today.
symbol.
Yeah.
So before we dive into things, I did want to cover a few quick announcements. Due to limited space on my 2 monitors, and to keep the flow of the game going somewhat smoothly, interaction with the chat is going to be very minimum. Like, I can't even see the chat right now. And that's probably a good thing. I don't want to be too distracted. But I do want to entertain everybody. I hope this is going to be entertaining. We do encourage everyone to converse with each other, though, in the chat. Keep that conversation going, talking about the topics. We also have a Discord chat set up that everyone can feel free to join, and that should be a link that posted. I should bring up the chat so I could see. Yep, that posted. So if you click on that, you can join a special fan chat room set up just for this campaign. Everyone else All the other players here, they have access to it. So if you have questions or you just want to talk about the weird antics that's going on in the campaign, feel free to jump into that. And yeah, you can be in there when we're not broadcasting, when we're live. It doesn't matter. It's there for your use. We also have a site set up on World Anvil. There's another link for you. Awesome site that I found that was made specifically for people who do tabletop RPGs, and we're going to be posting stuff on there regularly, and going to have some session notes on there. Most of the people here already got their characters transferred over there with some background info. You can keep up on what's going on with the campaign over there. It should be fun. I'm excited to see how that evolves. And if you miss us live, we're going to be having these episodes go up on my YouTube channel. Goal is to try and get that up there at least by Monday, because I have to wait 24 hours as an affiliate before I can post the videos anywhere else on the internet. So between Sunday and Monday, the old episodes should be going live. And with that, let's meet our players and characters. And eeny, meeny, miny, mo, who do we pick first? Let's go with Adam. Just give us a brief description, physical description of your character and the character's sentence. And if you want, introduce yourself. Give some background of you.
Hi, I'm Adam. My character is James. He's a risk-taking glaive who learns from adversity. He is male, 5'11", 180 pounds with short brown hair. I based him off of Matt Cawthon from the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan. I know a lot of people are big fans of that series, so I even pulled his profile picture from that book series. Big fan. Wish he was still around. I've been role-playing for, 20 years or more. Started when I was 12, 13. And mostly just Dungeons & Dragons. Played almost every edition, 5th edition currently. Jolly is actually DMing that game, which is going pretty well. And that's pretty much it for me. Little shout out to Jolly, our other DM there.
And with that, that's a good segue. Let's go to Jolly, which is over
Wait,
that
was
way towards
Are we
me.
supposed to start shouting at Jolly?
No, please.
Damn it, Jolly! Oh,
Yeah,
wrong thing.
I'm Jolly. I'm playing Webb Lewis Thompson. He's an old guy. Runs around in the forest on the weekends, collecting plants and stuff. Makes medicines. He's that's about it for him. He's a pretty simple fella. Yeah.
All right, let's slide over to my other side and hit up Oracle.
Hi. I'm the Oracle, and I'll be playing Tinktach. And they are a prepared right, augment flesh with graphs. I don't know how. A little bit of background. She's from pretty far away. Well, they're from pretty far away. Gonna get a little bit used to playing this non-binary stuff. And kind of lost, just sort of answering a call. I think the rest will probably just come out in game.
Oh, I forgot to say my descriptive sentence thing. Webb is a curious nana who possesses a shard of the sun.
Right, we still gotta determine your shard too, don't we?
It is green.
Green, all right. Yeah, we can get in more detail into that later. And Josh. Oh, you're muted.
Hey, I'm Josh. I'm out in Atlanta. This is my first time playing Numenera. Mostly I play D&D. I'll be playing Malcolm Dalton. He is a clever jack who murders. Uh, Not known as much about Mr. Dalton's backstory because I haven't written it yet, but I will get there. Still reading about Numenera in general and how the world works. So that will come probably in game. I kind of modeled him off of like an assassin archetype, and that's about it. I've been playing D&D for quite a few years. Adam is actually my twin brother. We started playing together when we were like 12 or 13 years old. So I'm excited to start a new system and a new campaign. Let's get it on.
Awesome. Yeah. If it's anything like our last campaign, it's going to get wild probably really quick. And who knows, we may even get movie posters like we did last time.
Know what you're talking about, man.
I can help with that if you'd like.
Sure. Awesome. So let's go ahead and recap some world history to catch everybody up that may not know about Numenera, what the Ninth World is. So the Ninth World is based on Earth. It's a sci-fi fantasy setting. It's based on Earth, but it's 1 billion years into the future. There's been 8 previous worlds. Most people refer to them as ages, eons, epochs, or eras. But it's not wrong to think of each as its own individual world. Each former world stretched across the vast millennia of time. Each played host to a species whose civilization rose to supremacy, but eventually died out, scattered, or disappeared. Some may even transcended. During that time, each world flourished. Those who ruled it spoke to the stars, re-engineered their physical bodies, and mastered form and essence, all in their unique ways. And each left behind remnants. The Ninth World is built upon the bones of the previous 8, and in particular, the last 4. Reach into the dust, and you'll find that each particle has been worked, manufactured, or grown, and then ground back into drit, a fine artificial soil, by the relentless power of time. Now, our campaign is taking place in an area that's called the Steadfast. That is pretty much the breadbasket of civilization. It's where the majority of people are known to live. It's broken up into a bunch of medieval style kingdoms, some not too friendly with each other. And we're going to be basing in the for the most part at the start here in the city of Chi, which is kind of like the capital of one of the kingdoms, and it's the home of the Order of Truth, which is this quasi-religious sect. In modern day times, you'd probably look at them more as scientists than a religious order, though they portray themselves religiously because it helps people pay attention to them more. But they're mainly about studying the artifacts of the past and figuring out how they can use that to better present day mankind. And I think we'll go ahead and switch to the battle map so we can see things here. I have a calendar set up. Y'all should all be able to see this. Well, maximizing that does not do very well for the stream. But we're going to be starting in the month of Rebirth on the 6th day. And with how we have the long-term, the fast time traveling aspects of the new rules, I figured we could use the calendar to help keep track of that a little better.
So we're starting out on a Monday.
Yep, a Monday. I tried to use synonyms of the actual days of the week, and it was kind of interesting putting that in, doing a web search trying to figure out what all this stuff was. So it's the 6th of rebirth. This is the first month of the spring season, so it may still be a little chilly. But pay attention, make note of that if you want to for your own notes to know when as time travels. We need to do some more campaign stuff before we get into the story. I believe some of you guys need some
I need loot.
You need loot. All right, so let's bring up web. You need some starting ciphers. Now, I see you got 3 starting ciphers listed, but it shows
Yeah.
in your character sheet that you start with 2. So,
Oh, sorry, that's supposed to be 3.
okay.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure about that.
Let me just go back to Nano. And I'll check.
I just put the starting ciphers for Glaive. Do you want me to change that, or are you good?
No, that's good. That
Good.
was totally an
So
option if you
I'm-
wanted to do that.
I'm done then.
Yeah, 3 ciphers and an oddity.
All right. I don't think I have an oddity card, so I may pull out the book to give you an oddity. I I did this pretty much what we're playing today yesterday with my family, and they rolled on the oddities exactly what people rolled on the very first video I ever saw when I was watching, when I got into Numenera. I thought that was funny. So we'll see what you got. Okay, there it is. Here's a cipher. Okay, so for your first cipher, give me card I pulled. We can do it one of 2 ways. Each of these cards have 2 ciphers on them, so we can either do like we were doing previously, where we do 1d4 minus 2 to see which of these 2 that you get, or I can show it to you and you can just take both off of this card if you want.
Oh, like pick instead of
Yeah.
rolling?
Right. So instead of me doing like 3 cards and you rolling a lot of dice, you can just possibly just have 2 cards drawn and take 3 of the 4.
Up to you.
Well, let me tell you what these are and see if you like them. The first is a web detonation. Something that explodes in an immediate radius and creates sticky strands of goo. So it's a
Web's got webs.
It's a sticky trap. And the second one on the card is Force Shield Projector. It's an energy shield that pops up around the user for 1 hour. That gives you +3 armor. +4 if the cipher level is 5 or higher.
Ooh. Yeah, we can take both of those, I guess.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slide this over and give that to you
there
on
we
roll
go.
20. So you can copy that over as you wish, and when you get ready to use them...
So I need to roll a d6 for the level?
Yeah, what did that say? 1d6 plus something, maybe? Oh,
Do I roll for both or just once?
It depends on the cipher. It usually says.
Yeah, ignore the stealing. Whatever it says up on the top right of the card, it tells you what you need to roll.
Yeah, do I roll for both of them or just once and it counts for both?
For both of them, just in case.
Okay.
Not all cards require a level, but some of them, like that Force Shield, has some extra stuff.
Yep.
Okay, this card has 3 choices on it. So why don't you give me a D4 -1 roll to see which one of these you get.
2.
You got a electrical detonation.
Ooh.
Can be thrown in a short range, explodes in immediate radius, inflicting electrical damage equal to the cipher's level. 50% of these massive detonations are 50% of these are massive detonations and explode in a short radius rather than immediate. So I'll give you that card. You can copy
So I
that
roll
one.
for that
Yep.
when I use it.
Now you can roll for it now
Roll
if you
for
want to
level.
add it into your character sheet.
3 plus 2.
Oddity. I don't remember by heart what page this is on after doing this yesterday. Okay, so give me
So
a
Jolly, only you can view the card.
I'm not sure.
yeah. I think I shared it with him, or I gave it to him, so I think only he can see it.
Interesting.
So give me a D100 roll to see what mysterious oddity you get.
Ooh.
$45. All right, so you get a small jar of black paint that refills itself each day.
Oh, that's great.
That's actually pretty cool.
You can just paint.
Endless jar of paint.
Yep. Not magical though. It's
It is,
almost
It does empty, but it refills.
right. It's almost like the stuff Jester has on Critical Role now.
Yeah.
It's better than my blob of clay that just makes different shapes when you don't touch it.
I can paint your clay.
Hey, black. Fantastic.
Give him a little shading.
Yeah. At least the shapes are mysterious. We can, sit around the campfire and watch my clay.
Okay. Anyone else need any ciphers?
Yeah, I need 3.
Awesome. Bring up.
And an oddity.
Well, you need an oddity too. Yeah. Why don't we start off with you doing the D100 roll? Because I got the book right here.
300.
60. 60. Ha- You have a cup that instantly boils any liquid poured into it.
Ooh, this is so useful. What a perfect thing for a prepared
Is that what you had
great character
last
to
game?
have.
Yes.
Yeah, Adam had that before.
I used the hell out of that cup. I think we
I
did a
like
lot
that
of
one.
coffee with it, didn't we?
Yeah.
Mountain House meals I'm gonna make with that cup.
Okay, so you need 3 ciphers.
Cup that instantly boils water. Does it provide? So it provides the water as well.
No, it
No, boils
instantly
anything.
boils anything you put into it.
Oh, anything.
Any liquid, I
That's
think is
good
what
for
it said. Yep.
Right. That's a handy little piece of lab equipment there.
All right, so this card has 3 things on it. You may want to take all the 3 of these. I'll tell you what they are. The first one is a Catholicon. Oh, these big words. What it does is it cures any disease of the same level or lower of the cipher. Could be useful. Cold detonation, which is basically a grenade that explodes with cold damage. And then you have a paralysis ray emitter. Shoots a ray of energy up to 200 feet. Paralyzes the target for 1 minute. Does that sound like stuff you want, or you want one?
I got choices here. Okay.
Yep.
I like the cure one, but I'm interested to see what else there is for the other two.
Okay.
What was the name of that cure?
Here we go.
Cure's name?
Catholicos.
Give you the card. So you can add that onto your sheet. And whenever you just remind me whenever you use these ciphers and you don't need the card
Oh, I
anymore,
see.
I can take them from you.
Catholicon. What a loaded name in that one.
Right?
And so should I roll you roll when you use it, right?
And you can roll
For the
right now to
level?
see what the level is. So you can add it into the character sheet.
D6. All right. Okay. Level 4 Catholicon.
Oh, Tholacon. All right. And I think I'm just going to give you these two these two here. These seem fun. So the first one on this card is a visual displacement device. It projects a holographic image of the wearer to confuse attackers. Images appear around the wearer. This gives the wearer an asset to speed defense actions for 10 minutes. And then the second one is water breather. Allows an air breather to extract oxygen from the water for 8 hours so she can breathe underwater. And there's your second card.
Looks great. I'm digging these cards.
Yes. It was a very, very good purchase. Makes it a lot faster than me trying to type out what I have on my physical cards. All right, anyone else?
Nope, I'm good.
Nope, I'm good.
Windows keep resizing a little bit. All right, let's see. Everybody's got their ciphers. Everything's got their stuff. Oh, I guess we can get started then. Go back to the player cam. I can hear the fire transition now on my headset. I don't know why I couldn't hear that before.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
All right, so like I said, we were in the city of Chi. This is the largest city in the Steadfast. It's also the site of the Durkal, which is the home of the Order of Truth and the Amber Pope himself. There's more than 500,000 people living in this city, so it's a humongous city, especially for Numenera standards. And on the battle map, people on the stream could see a little bit of the map of the city. And this is a multi-level, except for in the outskirts. The downtown, the heart of the city, is a very vertical, very skyscraperish. Almost, I guess, it's probably more like the city of Coruscant from Star Wars and some of the sections, because it looks like if you look at the map, you can see it's shadowed. It's very, very. Got some of these areas here that have large areas of this, like raised concrete with whole city districts and parks and whatever that aren't on the ground. And it's a city of spires and fantastically huge helium or hot air balloons and dirigibles. So there's these expansive arches and bridges way up in the air that goes to these platforms, which have moorings for all these floating vehicles. And of course, the high society tend to live closer to the sky than the common folk. But if you're new to the city, that's probably one of the first things you see as you're coming up. It's just all these aircraft just lazily floating to and from around the city. And at the center, this big dark blob here, that is the Dirk Hall, which is the home of the Order of Truth. And you can see it's expansive, it's massive. It's its own mini city within the city, where all the priests of the Order of Truth live and do the majority of their business. And it's also the seat of power for the Amber Pope, the leader of the Order of Truth. Throughout the city, there's tons of large markets, especially down here along the docks. There's one in particular that's like a multi-level central market that's well away from the water, and the residents are very, very proud of that. It's thought to be one of the most expensive and elite shopping opportunities in the Steadfast. And there, all manner of goods can be bought and sold with no luxury too exotic or fantastic for any of its shops. Now, our campaign takes place probably not too far from where our players' token icons are. Closer, kind of like on the verge of where the outskirts of the city begins and the skyscrapers. It's, like I said, the 6th day of the month of rebirth. When it's later in the evening, it's starting to get dark. And we transition to focus in first on James and Malcolm, who are sitting at a table in a tavern called the Revelry. Now, James, you have been investigating a strange series of kidnappings and murders around the outskirts, and it's been perplexing you quite a bit. So you brought in your buddy Malcolm, who's helped you in the past. And this is one of your secret missions. This isn't one that you've gotten from your normal chain of command as a deputy. And you know that people have been coming up missing, sometimes for a few days, and sometimes they show up dead with a lot of strange wounds, and they disappear quite suddenly. No one seems, there doesn't seem to be any witnesses when someone disappears. They're just gone. And if they do show up, they're usually raving, and you haven't been able to get any solid information off of anyone that has come back. There's been like 3 killings and 5 kidnappings, 5 people that's returned. Josh is standing on his side. I gotta stop looking over there at so yeah, you've called in Malcolm to try to help you figure out what's going on. One interesting aspect of the ravings of those that's come back is a lot of muttering about the mouths. They keep going on about something about mouths, and they seem visibly shaken and won't. You can't really get them to elaborate much more off of that.
I will slide my case file over to Malcolm after telling him about the case and say, so what do you think of these markings on these bodies? Have you come across any of this kind of stuff before? And I flip it open. But I assume I have a file and I have drawings of like the bodies and that kind of stuff, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Now, some of the bodies, they were obviously tortured. Like I said, there's definitely some strange markings on the bodies, and a couple of them, two of them, was found. But the body wasn't just dumped or found somewhere. They were found where they were killed, but they were kind of like trussed up in some sort of weird device. They were attached to some sort of machine that dealt the killing blow, and it points to someone who has some sort of knowledge of the Numenera.
Um, my character's good at seeing underlying patterns. Can I roll to see if I notice anything else or have any insight into that kind of machine?
Yeah. It'll be a difficulty 5.
Ooh, starting off big. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
it's really hard. It doesn't just at first glance it doesn't really seem to be a reason or rhyme. Just looking at a face value, they seem kind of uh, not easily connected together, and the people that have been come up missing and killed, there hasn't been anything to link the characters together. Like they didn't go to the same club. They were from different social orders, social rankings. It's a
okay.
very
Well, okay. So I'll
very
change my difficulty to 5, and I'm going to put uh, 1 effort on the roll,
all right.
and I will roll seeing underlying success.
Now they're
Now the API is not working, so we just subtract normally.
yeah, we don't have the API, unfortunately. So yeah, you have to do the manual subtraction. Okay, so yeah, it's very strange. They don't. Like I say, in the face value, it doesn't seem like there's any connection to them. But you do recognize some of the parts on some of the couple of these torture devices. There's something that you've seen before, something that's come up in some of your other investigations, like stuff that you've confiscated in some of your other cases, stuff that was handed over to your superiors and was in a very very secure place. And it wasn't like the wholesale devices and stuff. It's just like bits and pieces and parts. But because of your familiarity with the past case, you're like, that really looks like some of this other stuff.
I have access to that other stuff, basically back at headquarters.
Yeah, you could go back in and request access to the evidence lockup.
Cool. So, Malcolm, what do you think of these?
Looks interesting. A lot of death. I have inspirational recall. Can I use that?
Yeah. Post that in the chat. Your character sheet should have like a little eye with a circle around it somewhere.
It's in my notes. It's a player intrusion.
Ooh, let me look at that. Player
I
intrusions. That's one of
think you
the
have
new
to
things.
burn an experience for that, don't you?
No idea.
Yes, I believe so.
Player intrusion.
Yeah, player intrusions is one of the new things they added. So it's a change of the way players can spend their XP.
Yeah.
Like a GM intrusions. Usually, if you roll a 1, I can give you an intrusion for free. If I want to try to change the direction of the story, I can offer an intrusion to a player and give you 2 XP cards, and you get to keep one point of XP, and you get to give another XP to someone else, anyone else in the party that you want to, and then I explain to you what happens. So this is kind of a similar thing. So if you're coming up on something in the story that's just frustrating you, and you want to change the outcome, you could use one of these suggested player intrusions by spending an XP point. But since we're just getting started, I probably can't do that, since there's no XP given out yet.
Sorry.
All right, we'll save that for later. No, none of these things look familiar to me. I mean, I mostly just kind of get the dirty jobs done. You know, a lot of wet.
I wasn't sure if you'd seen something that might make these kind of markings before, or heard anything in your.
I have identifying importance. Can I see if there's anything important?
Okay, yeah. I will allow that. That's also, it's going to be a difficulty 5 type thing, because it's doesn't seem like it's a lot of stuff linking these people together, but I have something in mind that you could glean from this if you succeed.
Okay, and I can put effort on that?
Yes, you can use 1 level of effort as a tier 1 character. Ooh, these high rolls. All right, so that's going to take cost you 4 points from your pools, from your intellect pool. I don't know why I'm scrolling up.
Good job, Josh. Good way to start off the campaign. Couple of successes.
Got to get those rolls. Okay, so what you focus on with your background, you're more interested in the dead bodies than the reports about the people coming back crazy, and looking at some of the drawings of the and descriptions of the wounds. You can definitely confirm the reports of previous torture, and it looks like there was more extensive torture than what was listed in the reports, because the ones that were dead seemed to have been attached to these devices that killed them. They were tortured previously before getting put into these devices, and it was very professional, very precise, very surgical.
Given my background, do I know of anybody who possibly fits that surgical?
You could probably think of a couple of directions that you could go to try and inquire as possible suspects. But looking at it, there seems to be like, especially with that 17, it seems like it's a very underlying psychotic sense to it. Like
Serial
whoever
killer
did this, whoever did this was definitely taking pleasure. It definitely wasn't. Although it seemed to be professionally done, it doesn't seem like it was a execution. It was someone who was doing this maybe for a purpose, but definitely got pleasure out of it.
How does one tell that somebody got pleasure out of mutilating someone? To the Ripper.
There's little love notes written into the flesh. So, with that, we're going to transition over to Mr. Webb.
Hello.
Now, you have been out on one of your forays, gathering rare and exotic plants and funguses for all your experiments and jobs that you like to
Pouch
do.
full of goodies.
And you too head over to the revelry. Although you're pretty poor, you have a deal set up with the people, the owners of the revelry. You helped a family sickness a while back, and they've given you access to their storeroom, and you got a pallet in their storeroom that you sleep in, and got set up as like a little small office workstation area, and they let you kind of like work in the kitchens a little bit in the evenings to give you some meals. So you're coming in after a long day, looking forward to some stew and cataloging of the various funguses that you've gathered for the day. You enter in and you see that the place is kind of its normal
Hey,
clientele.
there's a fungus among us. He has cute little red hair.
So you come in and see the place is probably about half full. It's not jumping. There doesn't seem to be any entertainers up tonight. There's some people sitting at some tables, nursing their food, nursing their drinks. You see a couple of people that got a bunch of papers and folders out on a table, and they're hunched over and pointing and talking with each other. What would you like to do?
I'll take my supplies back out to my room, my store house location, and then I'll see if there's any of my regular buyers in the tavern.
Okay, give me let's go with a difficulty 2 perception check just to
All right.
see who's available. Yeah, you see a couple of people, and after closer examination, you notice that one of the individuals with all those papers on the table uh, is someone that's bought some poisons and stuff off of you in the past.
Okay. I might collect something that could be of use to him from out back that I might have been working on, and then I'll head over and greet him.
Right? So, James and Malcolm, as you're deep into your conversation, you see this. Well, Jolly, go ahead and describe your character as you come walking up.
He's pretty wild looking. He looks like he's definitely been out in the wilderness for a lot of his life. He's pretty dirty. He's got rough, unkempt white hair. Goes down about shoulder length. Very, very dark tan from being in the sun all day. His clothes are kind of rough and damaged and worn out. He's got like a little patchwork hat on as well.
So you see this individual come walking up, and he looks
Do
a
we smell
little.
you coming?
Yes, absolutely.
You get all the comments this time around. This time it's not me.
I look up. Webb.
Good to see you,
To
James.
use how you been? I see you haven't showered in a while.
Oh, same as usual.
Good.
I like to scratch my feet a bit.
I kick another chair out from the table and say, "Have a seat. Maybe able to use some of your expertise on this case that I'm currently working."
He sits down.
I slide the papers over to him. Brian, was there any like poison reports that went on this? Like, do we know if they were people? I mean, you said they were bitten, they were delusional. Could that have been? Would we know if that was caused by any poisons or odd substances?
You're still waiting on some autopsy reports to come back. This is something that's gone on in the last few days. But at least one of the bodies from the torture devices could have had some poison as part of the death application.
Could I maybe try to identify or like have a basic idea of what might have caused it using my knowledge of poisons?
If you had access to the body, you definitely probably could do that. But if you want to just go off the notes, I'll give you a difficulty 5. I think that's challenging.
Just an int check?
Yep. If you have any skills for poison and whatnot, I'll allow you to use that. The training.
Not yet. Difficulty 5. Nope.
No, you think that if you had access to the body,
Yeah.
it would improve your chances, but since the
I think
autopsy
that
hasn't
can
been
be-
done yet, just the physical descriptions doesn't really give you a lot of info.
Well, I'd need to see the body, James.
Yeah, I guess that would be helpful. I think we can arrange that. Shouldn't be too hard to get you in there.
It's been a while since I did any medical work like that.
Well, nothing like brushing off the old cobwebs.
Young
Doesn't
role
seem like
player.
that's something Webb does very often. Brush off the cobwebs.
He's
No,
probably
I-
got a patch of them stuck to his hat.
Actual cobwebs.
Yeah.
I'm definitely getting Getting the brown wizard from Lord of the Rings flair. Got some bird
Radagast.
nests. Yep. All right. So as you invite Webb into your table, the barkeep recognizes you come in, Webb, and he kind of nods and he heads over with some food and
Give him a nod back.
looks over at James and Malcolm. So, how about you two? Y'all want anything?
Just take the food from him. Thanks.
Yeah, just keep the beer flowing. And I shake my cup a little.
I'll just take the food. I don't.
Like, well, we gotta deal with Webb here. You want to order some food? I can get you some food out and refills of the drinks coming right up.
This is all my food. Get your own.
Did you bring little boxes this time so you can take home from some leftovers?
Webb's just shoveling his face.
Not even using silverware.
Nope. Fingers all the way. Dirty fingers.
All right, so yeah, he heads off to go get some food, and we'll transition from you guys over to Tink.
Huh? What? Oh, hey, yeah.
So Tink, you've had quite the journey.
Yeah.
You've come from the beyond, which anyone that's new to Numenera doesn't know. That's outside. Pretty much, it's describing anything that's outside of the Steadfast. Large area. There's a huge mountain range called the Black Riage. That is kind of like a border, eastern border for most of the Steadfast. And there are some small minor communities that's sporadically placed out in the beyond. It's very, very dangerous out there. Lots of wild creatures, a lot more of the old ancient installations of the prior worlds. So a lot of rampant magic and technology devices that no one understands. Some miraculously are still running from whenever they were utilized by these ancient beings. So it can be a very dangerous place. And Tink comes from the northern eastern area, and she's been on you've been on a road trip because you heard that the Amber Pope had put out a call for people to basically become pioneers of a new area. And James and Malcolm and Webb, you all would know this as well. This is about a month ago. Someone brought a device to the Eon priests, and upon studying it, they found that it actually works with something that's inside the city. And if we go back to the battle map, see, I had this set up. Yeah. So around here-ish on the map, if you didn't see that, I'll ping it again. There's a big stone and synth archway that's been in the city for as long as any of y'all can remember. And it's just been a very artistically looking piece of sculpture that no one really paid any attention to. It didn't even seem like it had any mechanical or Numenera aspects to it. It was just something decorative. But when the priest got a hold of this device and started fiddling with it, both the device and this archway kind of activated, and it kind of led them to the archway. And when they got there, they found that they could actually, there was a place that they could place this spherical object that was presented to them. And when it got slotted in there, it activated a portal that opened up to somewhere new. Some initial explorations of the area led, it looks like virgin territory that no one's ever seen before. And the Amber Pope put out a call. He's looking for opportunities to send settlers out to explore this new land for resources and to expand the influence of the Steadfast and the Order of Truth. And you know that it's been a lot of talk's been going on in the city. There's people who are all for it, and there's people that are extremely against it, especially it being active. The Amber Pope wanted to leave it on all the time, and the mayor who was appointed, who's the leader, the actual leader of the city, that was appointed by the council that runs the kingdom. This old man, he was extremely against it. Marver Ron is the mayor of Chi, and he was extremely worried about something unknown coming through the portal into the heart of the city. So he forced the Amber Pope to back down and only activate the portal when there was someone getting ready to go through it. In this time since, they've built up the start of a fort on the far side of this portal, and every other day there's been traffic coming in and out as they open up, send supplies to the people that are setting up this initial spearhead into the frontier. And you know that on, let's see, let me look at the calendar so I can give you the right date. Oh my god, I have so many freaking handouts made up for this. A lot of scrolling. So it looks like there is supposed to be something big going on in the city around the 11th of Rebirth, on the day of rest. Some big gathering that the Amber Pope himself is supposed to be there. He's going to give some speech, and there's supposed to be a big push of settlers going through the portal into these new lands. So there's been a lot more activity in the city than is normal. Even in the outskirts, where James and maybe Malcolm, I don't know exactly where Malcolm likes to hang out, but James definitely hangs out in the outskirts. And it's given him a lot of headaches as all these newcomers into the city has been causing some problems. And then on top of it, you had all these strange killings and these kidnappings. And James, your superiors are seeming to want to plant this trouble at the feet of these newcomers. So you got a large suspect pool that you're having to deal with your
The
troubles.
ones coming back through the portal?
No, there's people coming into the city
Or just
from
people coming in to
outwhere.
go through the portal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people that aren't happy with
That's
their
what I mean.
circumstances.
I don't know anything
Damn
about
foreigners.
people dropping dead. all I know about is that caravans are kind of a family thing for me. I'm very far away. I'm sure none of you here would know. But, I'm here to join the caravan through the portal, at the
Yep.
behest of the Amber Pope.
So Tink, you've been traveling for almost a month, nonstop since the word got put out through Numenera devices, caravans.
Yeah,
The Pope
yeah,
had
that's
spared no expense trying to get the word out, so it got to you fairly quickly, way out in the beyond. And what made you want to leave?
well. I wasn't. I had already left the beyond. I was just, it's we've been doing pretty well. Darren's the Dream Titan has been uh pretty generous with Elixir, and you know, they didn't really need me there on the caravan. I did my pretty much learned what I was gonna learn, and wanted to we see you see I think that you can improve more than machines with equipment. And some of these strange pieces I've picked up some stuff beyond that the things that it could do, you would anyway. I think you can improve people too. I was out researching. I was kind of on a journey of self improvement, and then I got a call from the Amber Pope, and we Darrens have learned that a good relationship with the Amber Pope is something we should cultivate. You're people that are on the move a lot, and you don't know sometimes if the Dream Titan is going to be generous or vicious. So we kept a good connection with the Amber. Put out a call. I thought, well, that's what I do. I engineer for caravans and communities. It's kind of what my people do. So I figured I'd head to Key. It's easy for someone like me. Pretty much anybody will take me along. You fix a little something of theirs, and usually be grateful.
Right, so you've been traveling all day, and it's already started getting nighttime, and you kind of had the choice of camping, stopping out in the wilds, or just soldiering on and pushing on in the last few miles to get into Chi, and you decided to go ahead and push in, and like even with it being nighttime, and you saw the city from a long distance as the sun was setting, was very picturesque and majestic. And you've seen the Dream Titans. They're huge. The city itself is pretty much on scale with the Dream Titan in its splendor. It reaches far into the sky, and you got the airships, the balloons, and the dirigibles floating around, and the sparkling spires where some of them are tied up to, and the archways and the multi-leveled districts.
I'd heard stories, but this is incredible.
And it takes on a even different splendor as the lights go, as the darkness encroaches and lights start popping up throughout the city. And you come into the city from the northernlish area, and you're ravenous. Your supplies have started running a little low, and main thing on your mind is finding someplace good to eat.
Okay, man. I wonder if there's any place to get noodles in this town.
Keeping
That's
that
the
theme
short break.
going.
You didn't think it would really die, did you guys?
Oh, there's always noodles. Every society has noodles.
Hey, right? I'm gonna find Tink looks around. Any flashing noodle bowls?
Well, there's a lot of people walking about, but you don't see any food carts. You don't see anyone going in and out with a lot of food. Uh, it's it's mostly homes and some sporadic farms as you're coming into the outskirts. And a lot of the poorer folks are out this way. But you
Well,
could you could probably stop and ask someone.
sure. I'll let's see. I'll stop just kind of the first kind-ish face I see and ask him where I could get something to eat.
Right? Yeah. There's a middle age couple that seem to be headed home for the day. That you approach, and they're like, another newcomer into town, dear. Look at this. And the city is overflowing with them. What's that? You want some food? You say? Well,
Oh
yep.
yeah, I'm here to answer the call of the Amber Pope.
Yes, and about 2 million other people, it seems.
Yeah.
That's probably an exaggeration, but it's, it's the city is more like a soup bowl than a city these days. Um,
Food soup. That's funny. I see what you did there. Do you have any?
no, unfortunately not. But if you're looking for some place relaxing to eat, just over yonder that way is the Revelry. They have good deals, quite a good selection of food.
Sounds good. I'm not picky or anything, but have you ever heard of a noodle? It's like usually kind of long and they can be different colors, but they they're just the best thing ever.
Gives you a really strange look and just shakes his
Noodle.
head and walks
You
off.
usually have a new.
Did you hear her, dear? I think she asked me if I knew what a noodle was.
I'm gonna thanks, and I turn around and head off yonder.
All right, so yeah, you head down. It's actually on a pretty wide street, and decently lit. There's people walking around that seem to have the job of lighting these lamp post type things. Some of them have candles. Some of them have some pretty big glow globes, larger than you've seen at where you're from. So there's still a lot of shadows, but it's decently lit. You don't feel endangered. And off on the right hand side, halfway down the street that you're pointed to, is this medium-ish size brick and stone building. And yeah, there's a lot of light coming out of it, and even more importantly, a lot of aromatic, lovely, stomach rumbling smells.
Mm-hmm. I head through the door nose first.
How enthusiastic are you on your entrance?
Well, I kind of almost want to burst through, but getting a sense from the other guy that maybe the newcomers aren't as so welcome. You see, Tink stop and pull a little vial out from the vest and take a tiny little sip of a blue phosphorescent liquid.
And what does
And
this
that
do for you?
it's elixir, and I can tell you more about it later. But it takes a little edge off of Tink's appetite, so Tink isn't quite so ravenous, and then just kind of takes a deep breath. Still real hungry, but not like that. I'm gonna eat the first face I see. Um, just kind of goes, and then just kind of coolly just walks in.
Right. So as you push your way through, and it's kind of got that Western saloon style double door, swinging door entrance.
Right.
So you come creeping in, and you see it's about half full. There's a variety of people. There are a couple of empty tables. There's a couple of spots open on the bar. It seems to be most people seem to gravitate to the bar than the tables, unless they're in a group. A lot of the solo people are at the bar, trying to mind their own business, eating and drinking.
I'm gonna head up to the bar and just kind of nonchalantly take a seat.
And give a physical description of your character as you walk in to remind everybody.
All right, so Tink walks up to the bar, and if this is a bar that tends to be, average size human height, then what you see, if you were to look straight across the bar, is just like a spiky phosphorescent blue hair sticking up. Couldn't quite see what that blue hair was on. Tink is pretty small. And you'd see you'd see Tink has all kinds of gear and glasses and tools kind of clipped on and strapped on. Um, ha ha ha. And kind of sleek, looks prepared, which is what Tink is, prepared right. And pretty after, if you were watching as Tink sipped the elixir, you would have seen that the phosphorescent liquid made Tink's eyes kind of turn more phosphorescent blue and then fade. So you get a sense that when Tink drinks that liquid, it affects. Maybe that's where the hair comes from.
Cool.
Can't quite tell if Tink is male or female. Not real clear. Looks kind of a little childlike in appearance, and yeah, hops up. Kind of has to grab onto the edge of the bar and then kind of jump up to get onto the bar stool. Pull a little acrobatics, but capable. Pops up on the bar there and says, "Hey, you guys got any noodles?"
Apologies, had an emergency.
No worries. So yeah, the barkeep looks over at you. He doesn't seem to be extremely busy at the moment. He's finishing refilling someone's drink, and he looks over at you and what's that? Noodles, you say?
Yeah, noodles. You got any?
I think we might have some noodles back there in the back. Any special type? Any just noodles? You want any meat, fish?
Just some noodles and broth. Just all the noodles you got.
All right, I'll get that set up for you.
Thank you very
Any-
much.
Anything to drink?
I'll take water, slice of lemon.
I think we can get you a glass of some ice. It'll turn to water eventually.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, I can take care of that. Yeah, ice is perfect.
All right.
Put my cup on the counter. Actually, can you put it in this cup?
Bring your own. All right, you newcomers. I tell you what. All right,
Recycling.
I'll get you set up. And he
I
goes.
don't like to use a bunch of disposable cups and throw them away. I just bring my own cup.
And he kind of nods, scratches his chin, and heads off to go place the order. And yeah, you look around and you see most of the people at the bar are trying to ignore you. They're just eating their food and drinking. And there's a couple tables are full. And the majority of the people are sitting at the bar. It's a really big, long bar. It's more of a rectangular longhouse style building, and the back wall is just this one big, huge wooden and marble bar with a handful of tables in the center area, and off onto the left hand side it's got a small little stage set up, but there's no one playing, no one performing currently. And there's a couple people sitting at the table. One looks like a couple that are maybe out on some sort of date, and then you got a table that has 3 individuals. Very stark in comparison. You got a guy that's looks a little shadowy. A guy that looks somewhat important, and then for some reason they seem to be having a meal with a vagabond.
A homeless person. He actually stands up and heads back over to the bar for seconds. And when Webb sees there's no one behind the bar right now, he heads out the back into the kitchen of his own accord.
Because he's not waiting for food.
Who knows? Maybe he's going for his nightly duties of dishwashing.
Yeah, Tink doesn't make too much of it, I guess. Key is a pretty big city, and she's seen a lot of crazy stuff, but Tink's aware of it, aware of this group, but kind of really focused on that hot cup of noodles that's on its way back.
So, as you're sitting there waiting, Webb, you head back in the back and you run into the barkeep. He's actually got a platter. He's got Malcolm's food and another pitcher, and actually they seem to be on top of things. Pretty fast service here. They got a really good cook back there, and he actually already has a bowl of some noodles set up, and he's just finishing putting that on the platter.
I'll take this out for you. Don't worry about it.
What? But make sure you don't eat it.
No problem.
I don't trust that grin. Don't forget.
I've been here for how long?
You're probably about as old as the building.
That's right.
Don't forget. Got plenty of dishes for you later on.
I'll pick up the tray, walk it out. I just head straight back to our table. I don't give Tink their noodles.
Oh, and he doesn't notice because he's busy filling up some other orders. So Tink,
is my cup on that tray?
Did you give him the cup?
It would be.
Yeah, if you gave him the cup, it's on the tray.
All right. So yeah,
That's funny.
So I'm like waiting, and then as I see the tray go past and start to head back to the table with my cup on it, Tink's just like shrugs and hops off the stool, doink, walks over to the table, looks at these guys, looks at her cup, at their cup, and has a seat, grabs a cup, sits down, just kind of eating with someone in a public setting like this and sharing the same space when you're from a people who caravan a lot is not like uncommon. So Tink's just like, okay, I guess I'm eating with these guys now. And then
Webb
just
goes to
comes
drink
over.
from your cup and sees it's just all ice, and he just puts it on the table.
Perfect.
I close my files and tuck them away.
So Tink just picks up the cup and activates it to melt the ice.
Well, that's a
Takes a
fancy
little-
contraption.
Oh yeah, thanks for getting my noodles. Are these actually noodles?
I don't know. Let me taste them.
No, I'm talking to the GM.
I can see Webb anyway, like as he's handing you the bowl, like trying to reach in
Oh,
and
yeah, he
get a
grabs
couple.
Right?
Yeah, he
Puts his
absolutely
hands in
grabs
there.
one.
He absolutely sinks his hands in there. Sploosh.
So this very dirty man is manhandling your noodles, and when you do get some, yeah, they're pretty good, and actually has a little bit of spice to it.
Nice. I'm just happy. Always happy with noodles. I am irritated about the dip in there, but I get over it as soon as I get a serving of the spoon mouthfuls of noodles.
Okay, so you've
Yeah,
joined them at the
strange
table.
Yeah, exactly. I just decided, okay, I guess this is where I'm eating, so I'm just joining them in like that's exactly where I was supposed to be all the time, and I'm not even really acknowledging him too much. I'm just like, oh, hey, like I've eaten with him 1,000 times before. Because would be the way of the Umdaran people.
All right, so yeah, you're making yourself cozy, and what's the rest of you doing?
Who's your friend, James?
This fella here. This is Mal. Who's your new friend?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Came over with my noodles. He reaches for another one.
Also, something the Umdaran people learned right away. I I stab him in the hand with something, my fork or my sticks, my chopstick. Whack him on the knuckles with my noodle sticks.
All right. So do you contest that, or do you?
Oh
take
no,
it?
he is way too slow to even see that coming.
All right. So yeah, you get a Catholic school rapping on the knuckles.
No dirty look, no nothing, just enough amiss of a beat in the eating of my noodles to whack his hand away and keep going.
He grumbles.
So you found yourself a lively one there. Just eating your food.
Mm.
So, welcome to the table. Who are you?
I'm just slurping my noodles.
That's with
Do I realize?
the shiny hair.
Huh? Oh, hey, yeah. Name's Tink. Tink Tatch. Um, hi. Just back to noodles. Until I'm full.
You hear the raised eyebrow. Are we all just staring at Tink?
Pretty much. Tink
Webb
is
pulls like a little root out of his pocket and starts nibbling on it.
yeah. Tink is
Has
pretty
our
much
food come yet?
yeah
He brought the tray.
Webb brought I don't know if he's tried to eat any of your food, but he's definitely eating the noodles.
Okay.
I probably took
I'll
a
slide
piece of
my
bread.
plate close to mine, and I'll get out my own like fork and knife that I keep on me, and
It's got their own utensils in the ninth world.
Yeah, he kind of separates the food so none of it's touching. He's a little OCD, like separates it out. Kind of scooches a little away from the dirty guy and Tink.
And Tink is slurping the noodles too. It's like
Yeah, James. Tink seems to be enthusiastically eager in their eating, and there's some sloshing going on. It's starting to splatter on your papers.
No, I already put those away when she sat down, or when Tink sat down. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you were off camera. I said I'd stick them in my
Okay.
back in my check. I say, well, fellas, and I'd take my beer and just gone, one gulp. I say, well, as soon as you're done eating, go meet me back at work, and we'll take a view of those bodies.
Where should I meet you?
Where's the precinct at, Brian?
Tink slurping kind of
Or
pauses for
the
just a
morgue.
second after Tink hears bodies. Goes back to slurping just a little quieter.
Yeah, it's a few minutes away. That's one of the reasons why you kind of like to eat here. It's not that far from where you work.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can requisition a request to the evidence lockup, and then see if I can get some hall passes for my friends.
Okay, yeah, it's starting to get a little late in the day, and also looking at the calendar, it has actually some terms that are used in the ninth world. So it was about the time of ebb when you all got started sitting down and eating, and it's now getting into night. It's doesn't look like it's going to be one of the really dark nights that there's no light at all. So there's not going to be an hour of stark, but it's definitely nighttime now, and you might be able to get a hold of someone at work night shift, but you think you'd probably have better luck during the day. But you could definitely head out. And
Okay.
and Tink, those noodles and your drink are starting to hit you pretty hard. Just as James and Malcolm's getting ready to leave, and you don't seem to see any signs that say anything about the restrooms.
All right, so I'll Tink doesn't leave right when these guys do because Tink's not really motivated to. But as their bladder fills up and they see there isn't really a place to go, um, Tink will kind of go back out, clean off their cup, put it away, and head out onto the street.
All
Find
right.
somewhere to relieve themselves.
So yeah, you don't see many any outhouses or anything nearby.
Actually,
That's
it occurs to me that they did talk about a precinct, and maybe if I follow those guys, they'll take me to like an office building or something where I can use the restroom. So I'm gonna follow them.
okay. And what's Webb doing?
He's spaced out right now. Whatever he was chewing on has had some kind of an effect on him.
Oh, was Adam was James going to take Webb with him to try to get the pass?
Yeah.
Okay, so
He
as
does
you're
whatever you tell him to do.
yeah, you're a little out of it, and you're used to it, James. He seems to always be a little
I
whacked
figured
out.
it would be better to get him in there after dark than
He's
during
not
the
going to get
daytime.
through a guard checkpoint, that's for sure.
Probably. And is Malcolm coming along too?
That's up to Malcolm.
No, Malcolm doesn't like to show his face around the precinct too much. He says he's gonna just kind of head back to wherever he lives and wait for an update.
Okay, so as it turns out, um, it's partially along the way towards the precinct. So you kind of all start to head out together, whether or not you're going to end up together or not. But you're kind of walking out together, and Tink is. Are you trying to be stealthy about it, Tink?
No, not really. Not announcing, but just kind of following along again, just like I assume these guys wouldn't mind leading me somewhere. So yeah, I just kind of walk behind them.
All right. So yeah, it's very, very dark out. You got some street lamps, like I was saying earlier, that's got some sort of lighting on it. Some of them have actual glow globes, so it's lit, but there's definitely lots of shadows. There's a little bit of traffic coming and going, but no one seems to be heading in the direction that you guys are headed. And you get maybe about a block away, and I need everyone to give me. Let's go with a difficulty 3 perception check.
Should I add a difficulty to that?
Yeah, you definitely should add a level of difficulty to that.
It's just an intellectual if we don't have any
Hey,
perception
I got it.
skill.
Right.
Whoops, I didn't mean to put effort on that.
James. Let's see.
Is that a damage effort?
Yeah, it is.
Hey, sorry, that's from when Adam and I were practicing. Would I re-roll it or just take the effort off?
Yeah,
Just-
I'll just
don't
take
worry
the
about
effort
the
off.
effort.
Right. Success then.
Okay, so you all hear a little bit of a muffled sound. No one rolled exceptionally high. So yeah, you gotta
Oh.
you hear something down in the dark alleyway off to your left.
I shouldn't have passed that. I did a sight check.
Well, there's plenty of other people that got it, so you're just spaced.
Yep.
But yeah, so the majority of you hear something faint coming down the hallway. Almost sounded like someone tried to cry, almost like it was a cry, muffled cry for help, but it was very faint and kind of cut off.
Go check it out.
Where are you going, fellas?
Heard something down this way.
I pat his. Are you wearing like gloves or anything, or holding anything?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I pat them, and they're now glowing.
That's an interesting trait.
That would be my staff.
That's not the right skill. It's not the right skill.
Can I tell that can I tell that they veered off their original direction, or can I see what I think is a precinct from here?
Nope. I mean, there's seems to be like a couple of closed shops, a couple that seems like they might be houses, but nothing like what they were describing. And yeah, you see them head off down into an alleyway.
All right, I'll keep up.
And then a bright light flashes out.
All right.
Say, Andy, thanks.
And we're coming up on 8 o'clock. I was thinking about taking a break then. I just heard a knock at the door. So I think I should check that out. So if you want, we can end on like a mini cliffhanger for right now and take a quick little break.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Sounds good.
Get a snack.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're going to take a quick little break while I check out what this is, and then we'll get right back into it. turn the mics back on, and we can go back. I love that little flame effect.
Whoosh.
Turn this back on. All right. So everyone's walking down this dark alleyway that's been illuminated by some glowy handwork, thanks to Webb.
It's bright green.
Awesome.
Cool.
Green, not flame. For your Acquisitions Incorporated fans out there. So, what you see going down the alleyway is seems to be a person in a niche along one of the building walls. It looks to be a man. He's bloody, drenched in sweat, and terrified. He's standing at a odd angle. He's not straight vertical. He's kind of cocked off to the side and really only resting his weight on one foot, and that's only kind of like on the balls of his feet. The rest of him, what's keeping him at this angle, there's thin metal wires wrapped around his body in places so tight that it's breaking the skin. And these wires are extending out to various areas in the walls around him. And at first glance, it looks like he is a victim of some sort of metallic spider, and he's caught in their web. And the wires all lead to a device that's suspended in front of his head, probably about a foot and a half away from his face. And you can see that the reason why he didn't give out a stronger call as he saw you guys starting to come across the mouth of the alleyway is that he's even got wires wrapped around his neck. That's leading to this device.
Well, ain't that interesting?
Sir, it looks like you're in some kind of a pickle there. You need our help?
He starts to try to nod his head, and he goes to speak, and it just comes out a little strangled. And as he does even that small amount of movement, several of the wires start to vibrate, and the device bobs and starts to emit a couple of vibrating hums, and he goes back to stock still. His eyes getting big.
Can I heal him?
Yes, you can.
So I'll do like a little hand motion, and this light beams out towards his body.
Okay, how much healing are you doing? Or how much does it do?
Let's go level 2.
So that's what, 2 points per level or 1 point per level, or
I'm not sure how it works.
I think it's the heal other people. It's the amount of hit points you want to give them. That's the difficulty level.
Right.
I
failed.
So yeah, the beam shoots out at him, and it kind of shocks him. He wasn't expecting this bright light and movement, and it made him almost jump. And he gave a quick
Shudder.
quick shudder, and the device, you hear like a click, and something started to come out of the front out of the side of the device that's facing his cranium, and he settles down and it slides back in. So it looks like it almost triggered, but didn't. If that had been a 1,
It's
it
close.
might have been bad.
Although I am good at rolling 2s.
Is that going to be the campaign meme?
Possibly.
So yeah, it doesn't look like he can talk much in his current predicament, and his eyes are wide. He's drenched in sweat, and he's just like looking at this thing in front of him. And when
There's no one else in the alley.
What's that?
There's no one else in the alley like controlling this thing. We can't see anyone.
No, it's just him. And
Is it a Numenera?
it looks like it quite possibly is a Numenera device of some sort.
Can I
Can I make-
or assess the danger?
Yeah, can I
Sorry,
make
go
a,
ahead, Charlie.
a understand Numenera check on this thing to try and figure out what it is?
Yes, you can. And Josh, can you post the assessing danger? Give me a refresher of what that does.
What level for my check?
I don't even know where to find that. It's just under my intellect skill.
Look at your
Oh, it's a skill
sheet.
check then.
Let me look at your sheet real quick. Identifying or assessing danger.
That'll be under his abilities.
No, it doesn't say it's a special ability. It says it's a skill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was probably a special ability that gave you the training and the skill, but it doesn't look it's filled out under the special abilities with the description of what it's for. But let's see. Identifying or assessing danger. I'd say that you wouldn't even have to make a roll looking at this and from what you've seen just in your short time here, that you can definitely tell that this thing is a very intricate trap set up, that if he makes any sort of rash movement, it's going to vibrate these wires, that's going to trigger something inside this device that's going to shoot this big metal spike that's going to pierce his brain and would most assuredly be instant death unless you find some way of getting him out without triggering a device or blocking the spike.
So what about if I use identifying quality, function, or power?
I think we know the function.
Yeah. I think that's all kind of covered into the same thing. Like it's going to be
What about
quite
the function
powerful.
of maybe turning it off?
Charlie, you were gonna try to figure out what kind of Numenera it is.
Yes.
An understand Numenera check? What difficulty?
I'll even give you an asset because of Malcolm's assessing danger.
Cool.
And identifying it. Let's say that this is a
solving.
Have what?
Oh, I have solving puzzles. Can I assist him?
I'll give that, so that'll be two assets for him.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
this is a difficulty 7
Ooh,
check.
okay.
It's a
Let's
very
not roll a 2.
Can I sort out what I think he's gonna try to do to it, and whether or not he's got the appropriate tools? If I have a better tool with me.
Yeah. What is Tink up to?
I've been kind of hanging back, and as I see as they've been analyzing what's going on with this guy in the alley, I just kind of walk up from behind and just start observing. And when I notice Webb starting to move forward as if he's gonna do something, I don't know a lot about Numenera, but I know devices, So
Right.
I just try and predict what I think Webb is gonna try to do to the device, and if he's like if I've got a tool on me or something that I feel would do it better or make the job easier.
Well, you think about calling out and stepping forward to offer your services uh, when you think that he's about to tamper with the device, but he just kind of like steps forward and kind of walks around and is looking at it, and it's a little dark. He can't see very much, so he reaches over without breaking eye contact with the device and just grabs James's hand and holds the glowy hand up in different angles to get some better light.
Okay. I just kind of and keep watching.
Does it respond to me at all? Or is it
Um,
just focused on this this other guy?
yeah, it doesn't seem to. As long as you don't touch the wires, it doesn't seem to have any sort of reactions. And the guy's eyes are getting really big. He wants help, but it seems like he's a little nervous that you're going to
Mm.
kill him. So he's starting to sweat more.
Does it look like maybe there's like a weak spot in this thing?
Let's see. You got a difficulty 3.
Or like a trigger we can
You
flick?
looking at it, you think that you have a couple different options that you can go here. You could try to focus on the wires and try to find a way to free the guy without setting off the device. Or you could focus on the device itself and try to find a way to tinker with it, sabotage it to stop the trap from triggering.
I poke the device very softly and see if it does anything.
uh
Just like a slight caress.
I think this is going to be a speed check to see how hard you
How
touch
light?
this.
Okay, that's fair.
Uh,
I'll give myself a difficulty boost because of the
so you're
the thing I was eating.
oh, you're going to give you an impairment.
Yep.
Cool. All right, so I'd say this would be difficulty 3. I think this would be demanding to try to gently touch it. So with you, that would be a difficulty 4 because of your intoxicated, enhanced state.
Let's see. Hey, got it.
Okay, yeah. When you reach out to touch it, it was just like with nothing in your hand, just like poking at it, and your eyes are kind of big yourself, a little dilated, and he you see he's like torn between
Just
standing
trying
really
to get out.
still or bolting for it, or trying to bolt as much as he can, standing on the ball of one foot. And
Webb's probably drooling a bit.
you reach out and you just the barest of caresses on it, and it wibbles just a little with no reaction.
And try a firmer hand.
So you have a little bit of giveaway, you think, but if you just playing with it like a cat with a ball of yarn, it's most definitely going to kill him, you know.
Does anybody have a screwdriver?
Tink walks up with a screwdriver. Boom.
I grab James's hand and I hold it up above me and I start flipping through a book on salvaging Numenera. trying to read over some passages I might have read on how to dismantle something without causing it to blow up or do anything.
All right, and Tink, you're right.
That's right.
You what do you have for you got some inabilities for this stuff, don't you, or do you?
For Numenera, I have some inabilities, but for deconstructing things, I actually have some abilities. It's interesting to, be a right and then have an inability in Numenera, how to apply that.
Yeah, you don't seem to have that on your skills list set up yet.
Oh, deconstruct? No, I have it. I have it set up.
No, the Numenera salvaging and understanding. I think.
No, I don't. I'm not good at that.
Yeah.
Be more like a delve thing, huh?
So you know about crafting. Not so much about taking apart Numenera. So unless anyone else here has some specific training for salvaging,
Just reading the book.
Nope, but I would like to just keep watch as I feel like they've got this well in hand. So I'm gonna make it a point to keep a lookout because whatever set this trap could be around.
okay, good to know. I kind of envision seeing Malcolm, scoping things out, checking, and then looking back at the guy and kind of gets like, and then goes right back to
Yeah, he's
watching the
kinda-
alleyway.
Yeah, crossbow out.
So yes, let's whoever wants to try and free this man, let me know what type of task you're doing. Who's doing it? What type of task you're trying to do, and whether or not anyone's trying to assist.
So I get an asset from this book, right?
Yeah, if you have a book
Yes.
on salvaging Numenera, it would give you an asset.
So I'm trained in elements of chance. I want to use it to try to discern which route is better, messing
Which
with the
way?
machine or trying to save him with by dismantling the wires.
Okay. Yeah, with your chance thing, won't even require a roll. You got a gut, a deep gut feeling that it would be slightly easier to try to disable the device as opposed to trying to free the guy. Probably because of the multitude of wires that are coming off of him from a large array of angles and areas.
Are we talking like 10 wires or like 50 wires?
It looks like a spider web.
Okay.
This is a lot of wires.
I say, Webb, I think we should go after the device.
That was my thought as well.
I just have a feeling that trying to cut the wires may end up doing more damage than harm. So we should do that second.
I'm going to try and shut the device down.
Okay, you're going to try to disable the device.
By taking out its core or something like that.
Okay. We'll get to the flavoring of what you do when we see what the roll is. So this is going to be a difficulty 6 intellect task.
Okay.
I have a 1 asset.
So I'm going to metagame a little bit. I stop Webb and say, hold on, let me think. Okay, Jolly, so I have a skill called Pressing Your Luck. Okay.
I like the sound of this.
You can choose to automatically succeed on one task without rolling, as long as the task difficulty is no higher than level 6.
So is that for you personally or
Yes.
someone else?
No, that's why I said, hold up, Web. Let me do something.
Okay, so
See,
you're going to try to do it yourself.
Webb sees his hand is kind of like swaying quite a bit, so he's like,
Yeah.
it's probably for the best. He hands the screwdriver over.
Okay, but there's something that comes with this. We will succeed on the task, but we also trigger a GM intrusion. It doesn't
Okay.
invalidate the task. We succeed on that task, but a separate intrusion occurs.
Okay.
And I can post that.
Yes, please do. I think I do remember reading this, and yeah, this is interesting.
Do you want to do that, Jolly, or you want to give it a go?
Say that again?
Do you want James to do it, or do you want to give it a go?
Oh,
I'll use this if you.
I handed the screwdriver over.
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll automatically succeed.
All right. So
GM intrusion, get it.
you take the screwdriver, and you sit there and look at it for a little bit, and you was like, I'm sure this is going to be perfect. This is going to be fine. You reach up, and as you go to touch it, you begin to question whether or not this guy is human. The size of his eyes, the way how large they grow. The closer that screwdriver gets to the device, the bigger and larger his eyes get.
Oh, there's a GM intrusion as well.
Yes. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So you reach up, and you see that there's like some sort of access panel on the back. And you start to head in that direction. You see that's where Webb was going with the screwdriver. And then the last second, something changes your mind. You're like, screw it. And you flip it over to your other hand and holding it almost like a dagger, and kind of Indiana Jones style with the idol. You simultaneously grab it with your left hand in the back and jam the screwdriver into the front part where the spike is. And there is a violent tug on the wires, and there is
Your teeth go, no, that's not how you use that tool.
And there is a loud whirring, clanking, and clicking, and then a little bit of smoke as the spike had started to come out just as the screwdriver jams itself in there, wedged in pretty tight. It's probably going to take a Numenera salvaging check itself just to get the screwdriver back. And when you do that, the guy faints with a muffled scream and falls over, and it rips several of the wires out. So this guy is now hanging like a bloody marionette. The wires are digging into his skin, and especially the ones around his neck tighten up, and it doesn't look like he's able to breathe.
I'll help him out and patch him up.
So that's the GM intrusion, and as part of the GM intrusion, I'm going to require you to give me a let's go with a difficulty 3 speed check to see if you can get these wires out of his neck without severing any arteries along the way.
All right. Yep.
Okay.
Poor fella.
So yeah, you
Damn it.
you get the wires out, but they kind of saw a bit as they come out, and he's able to breathe, but there's also a lot of blood, and you probably got a little bit of time to do something, or he's going to bleed out in your in your hands.
Try a heal check. Can I heal him again? What's the ruling on it?
Unless you have a specific ability that says you can do it to multiple times, I think you can only do it to one person per day.
Okay, well I'm out on him then.
But anyone else can heal. Anyone can heal anyone else.
No,
It's
I'll
just
try it.
he's trying to pull Tink's screwdriver out of the panel right now.
I will try it.
All right, so however many heal points you want to heal him, that's the difficulty level you gotta make.
I yell, Malcolm, assist me.
And
Josh, did
Am I near him?
Yeah, we're all over.
You
Oh, no,
can.
I'm kind of keeping watch. I mean, am I close enough?
You're within 10 feet. In Numenera, they don't keep distance. It's a little more loose than it is in D&D. So in one action, you can move. I got a guy right here. So you can move 10 feet as immediate action and still do an attack action. So you can move 10 feet and attack.
All right, I'll move 10 feet, draw my dagger, and just kind of help the guy along to his.
He's gonna coup de grace him.
Oh my god!
So yeah, you see your buddy James trying to aid, trying to stop the the blood, and you're gonna try to finish him off or help him.
It'll just be one quick, very fast motion, to just help him to the other.
His eyes are really big. He's like, and he's got his hands to his throat. He's like, some blood seeping through, but he's trying to crawl back.
It'll be just as painfully as possible, right between like the second and third rib, like right in the heart. Just slide it in real quick.
What's James's reaction to this?
He just does it like whoosh. I'll just go, not the help I was asking for.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I just figured,
Well, all right then.
Well, if you want, you can try to stop him, or you can let it happen.
I'll try to stop it.
Okay, I was also about to say that this does spark something in the back of your mind, James. This looks very similar to some of the other some of the stuff you were talking to Malcolm with in the inn.
I'll just say, no, Malcolm, heal him. Help me heal him, not stab him.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure, of course.
Just put pressure right here.
All right.
What do I roll?
So it depends on how many pool points you want to heal him. How many hit points you want to heal. If you want to do 3 points of healing, it's a level 3. It's a level 3.
Sure.
Intellect task.
And I get one asset from Malcolm
Correct.
not stabbing him.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, you're able to pull out some cloths and wrap it around his neck, and you're putting firm pressure, almost to the point where you're like choking him again. But yeah, he seems to stabilize. He's going to have a hard time talking for a while, but he seems to be
dead.
But he's not dead. And you have a witness to your case.
We actually have a witness that survived for once.
And yes, he doesn't get up immediately. He seems to have enough of standing, and he's just kind of sitting, and he scoots as far away from Malcolm as he can get and lean up against the wall.
Oh, settle down there, buddy.
And he's got one hand
Damn it.
to his
My uncle
throat.
gave me this screwdriver. It's not to mention you don't stab with the screwdrivers. You drive things. You drive screws with the screwdriver. You don't frickin' stab with the screwdriver. Is it my uncle? This is made of integrated synth 8.8.
Tink, Tink,
I
give
did drive
me
with it. I drove it right into the machine.
Tink, give me a difficulty 3. Yeah, let's go with might. Let's give me a difficulty 3 might check to try to get your screwdriver back.
Okay. Can I use any of my knowledge of engineering or anything to use it? Can I use any of my intelligence to help get it out?
Since you got inabilities with Numenera devices, I'll say no.
Can I help her with my just having read a book on this?
Yeah, you can give her an asset as you see her struggle or them struggling.
No, you have to take this part out first.
Oh my god.
Oh, you started off so good with the high rolls, and now it's the roll of
Have I rolled
ones.
anything?
The party as a whole started off really good, and now it's just
Yeah.
1-1-1.
Wah, wah. I
So
turn around, I look at Webb. You owe me a screwdriver. Damn it.
yes,
I told you to take that part out first.
it seems like something some sort of power core or something got stabbed, and the screwdriver the tip of it is actually melted a bit,
Just melted.
and it's in there, and like you're definitely
As
going
I
to need a new
jiggle it.
screwdriver.
As I jiggle it, does it bring any of the coils back to life and whack anybody?
No, the wires were just basically a trip wire to launch trigger the spike.
Oh, I thought maybe these wires had a.
They were kind of sharp. They're good for a Garrett wire. Garrot.
Do you know
now
where
that
you
this thing
can
is
salvage it all?
yeah, can we Webb's thinking of his funding situation. Is there anything he can get off this thing that he could sell?
You could attempt a salvage of it if you want to try and salvage
What
some
difficulty?
stuff.
Want a length of wire for the garage?
You can definitely get yourself plenty of wire. There is as much wire as you want to get.
All right, I'll take a few feet of it.
And you can add that to your character sheet, to your equipment list, and for
How strong is this wire?
Well, I held that guy pretty well.
I mean it
As an engineer, how strong do I think it is? Could it really?
it's an individual strand wouldn't hold up his weight, but the fact of the way it was wrapped around him and the pattern that like a web that was used helped support him. I mean, it could definitely be used to strangle someone, and it's fine enough that it could easily cut into the skin as it did this poor soul's neck. So it could be used for some fine work, but it's not going to support a lot of weight on its own.
It tells me about how much I actually of it I'm gonna take.
Now,
What difficulty?
if you want to try to make something out of this, it'd be let's do a level 4, difficulty 4.
Okay. Just an in check if I don't have the skill, right?
Right. If you have an inability in it, then that would be canceled out by your book.
I do not.
So there's an asset for the book and
18.
asset for anyone helping you, but that's an 18, so that's really good. So what you get,
There you go.
so you're able to cobble together a detonation cipher off of this that you could either keep or sell for some money. It part of that power core wasn't fully ruptured with the screwdriver. So you made like a little hand grenade that you think it would probably do about a
Oh,
about
could I just
4
get
points
the
of
raw
damage.
parts?
And now if you want to go after specific stuff, you have to be trained in that type of salvaging.
Oh, okay.
That type of Numenera.
So I get a unstable core or something like that.
Yeah, if you it kind of reverts back to some of the old system rules if you don't have specialized training in that.
Okay.
So I think delves are good at salvaging. Rights are good at crafting, and like
That counts as a cipher?
that does count as a cipher.
What does that do?
Yeah, there you go.
Da, 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 da. So that allows you the ability to try, instead of getting shins or a cipher or artifact or whatever out of a device, you can actually break it down into iodum parts for crafting.
Okay. So I need a skill for that. All right.
So I think that's something Tink has.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Tink could stop you as you're in the process, because this will take about 30 minutes or so for you to sit there fiddling with it.
Tink's sore about Tink's screwdriver, and Tink still has skull. So
Still got a bladder issue.
yeah, exactly. So I'm just gonna. That's probably taking a priority right now. So I'm gonna
Man, this will sell for a bunch.
grumpily stalks off somewhere and looks for somewhere to pop a squat.
So Tink heads off to heed the call of nature. Webb, you have this cipher. I believe that puts you over your cipher limit.
It does. Yeah.
You're good for right now, but tomorrow, unless you sell it pretty quickly, we may have to do some rolls to see what happens.
Okay.
It's nothing that happens immediately, but prolonged effects is a thing. And the rest of you, you have this individual propped up against a wall. What do you wish to do? Silence.
I was thinking we could take him to the nearest medical facility. Or the precinct. I don't really care.
I'll hail you for a couple shins, hey?
You might get a choked gurgle out of him.
Yeah. So if you mention taking him to a healer, he'll nod, and he'll croak out. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I've been up there like that for hours. I thought I was gonna die.
What's he have on him?
He's not like from the upper caste. He's not richly dressed, but he doesn't have any holes in his clothes. He's nicely dressed. And are you trying to rifle through his pockets while he's awake?
Well, no, he's not restrained or anything right now, so I'm not gonna dig through his pockets. Just trying to size him up.
Yeah,
Who did that to you?
he doesn't look like he's rich. You know, like he may have some money on him, but yeah, he kind of coughs and chokes a little bit, and he's like, don't really know. I was on my way to work. Was it today? Was it yesterday? I was walking to work, and I heard something. Turned around, and there was a couple people following me. They looked. I didn't think anything of it at first. They were wearing some cloaks, kind of hooded up, but they just kind of reached out for me, and they had this really chalky white skin. And there was only 2 of them, but it sounded like there was like 12 people. They was all talking and whispering, yammering at me. It was very creepy. They just walked up and overpowered me, put a sack on my head, and they dragged me off somewhere.
Can I search around the alleyway for any kind of clues of if there was multiple people down here? Or, I'm assuming if anyone else went down here, they probably would have tried to help.
Okay, so you're trying to find clues of whoever strung him up.
Yeah, I'll assist. I'm seeing underlying patterns and solving puzzles.
Yeah. You know what? We getting late into it, and we haven't done any of this yet. I'm going to do an actual intrusion. Where's my?
Cool.
There we go. So I'm going to give Josh. I'm going to offer Josh, Mr. Malcolm, a GM intrusion. So you get 1 XP. Gonna put that boop over your character. And who else do you want to get an XP point?
I guess I'll give that to James since he's helping me.
Thank you very much.
James gets an XP point.
Can
And
we just leave those there?
as y'all you fan out and you start searching, it's the alleyway is in like no way is it clean. It's not extremely filthy, but there had been some rain in the last couple of days, and it's a little muddy up in here, and you can easily see the path that you and your friends had walked down into the alley. But you don't see any signs of disturbance. Not even of this person coming down the alleyway. It's like he was just materialized, hanging from the wall. And the only print that you see from him is where his 1 foot was touching the ground.
What about the building walls themselves? Maybe they lowered him from above.
From down here in the alley, you don't see any scuffs or marks. It's very very strange. And James, you'll recall that there's at least one other instance of one of the people that was found dead with a trap. Was also kind of similar. There was like no evidence of them going to that location or how they got to and from that location. Is like they were just there. No one ever saw or heard anything. It was just someone was mysteriously here in this weird device and dead.
Well, at least he's alive.
One for the books.
What about on his person? Is there any kind of like maybe like mud that doesn't match the alley or cloth of some sort that maybe he could have taken, or
A letter from the killer?
He
hairs or something, or
he
maybe a burn
seems
mark on his neck?
he seems other than the blood fairly clean. And if you make a comment or ask him about it, he'll say that that he doesn't. I don't recall how I got here.
Is he lying at all? Can I like make a check?
Yeah, you can. If you have some sort of insight skill, you can.
I do.
You can.
I have identifying lies.
Yeah, you can give an asset, or either one of you can assist the other. Whoever wants to make the roll.
I'll assist since you're talking to him.
Yeah, just a difficulty
All right.
2. Doesn't seem like
So if we're
someone.
both trained, does that just mean it's difficulty 0?
Actually, yeah, they would. So yeah, you wouldn't even have to roll. So yeah, he seems like he's telling the truth. He doesn't look like he's really rattled. He's extremely thankful to not be dead. And he really wants to get home. And anything he can do to assist you guys that saved him and gets him out of this alley, he's gonna do whatever he can to help. He says that I don't know how I got here, but when they put that sack on my head, they wasn't too careful. I lived here a long time. I think I know where they took me. If you want, I could. If you're keen to know about what's going on, I could tell you where it was.
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Like I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure they had me in old Briar's cellar. The baker who died about 3 seasons ago.
Name ring a bell?
Place has been abandoned for a while. Give me a difficulty 2 history check.
All right.
Yeah, you think you recall this Briar the baker. There's been many times that you've smelled the good bread and wanted some, and he ran you off several times.
Was he old? Maybe like 10 years ago I used to go there.
He was probably about 50. and it's been abandoned for a while.
Okay. So you got any shins?
We did save
No,
it.
no shame, no shame. Like, maybe. He starts patting himself around like I don't think they took anything.
Yeah, let me help you out there, and I'll start rummaging.
He's like, hey, he doesn't really know how to react to that. But yeah, you can probably get about four or six shins out of.
If I find a coin pouch, I'll just take it.
Now, he doesn't seem to have a coin pouch, but he has kind of like this tweed jacket that has a pretty deep pockets.
Okay.
Seems he had a few spare coins in his pocket.
So you got any like random trinkets or anything?
No, you do find
Jeez.
like you do feel like a
Rolling.
quill.
I'll take that,
and
too.
a bottle of ink. And he actually reaches out and tries it and takes that back. No, I need that for my work.
Oh, sorry, that was an accident.
I'm like, I don't mind paying for helping me out, but I'm an accountant. I need that. And he starts.
Yeah, chew on this, and I'll give him I'll snap like a little bit off the root that I had.
Oh boy,
You'll be feeling good in no time.
This will hit you pretty quick.
Like, what is this? I don't eat tree root.
We'll take the pain away.
Seems a little skeptical, but he kind of like sticks it between his teeth, and
It's terrible.
yeah, he makes a big face. He might get a little bit of a swallow, and then he spits it out. Oh my god! What are you trying to do to me?
Hey, you just wasted that. It's good stuff. I'd pick it up off the ground and eat it.
And he's like, who are you guys anyway?
I'm a deputy around here, so that's why I'm interested on where these guys are living. I'm investigating a case dealing with what happened to you.
And he goes and gives you a firm handshake as he's standing up. Kind of utilizes that as a prompt to get you to help him stand up. Well, my thanks there, deputy. Name's Calvin. Calvin Destinies. Can't really thank you enough for the aid that you gave me. So, anything else you want to know before I head on back home? I really want to get some rest.
Do you want us to escort you home or to a hospital? You're pretty banged up, cut up, slashed up.
I won't turn it down. I am a little concerned about those pasty guys showing up again. Yeah. Yeah. This is so strange. I don't know what they were after. They didn't really talk to me much. Once they dragged me to the cellar, they cut on me some. They yammered a lot. It was very, very strange. Every time one of them talked, it sounded like there was like 4 or more people talking. Sometimes it was different languages. they never really asked me any questions, so they seem to like cutting on me. I guess at some point I passed passed out, and next thing I know, I'm strung up in this alley.
And what are you, man?
What is his profession?
No, what? He's not human. What is he?
Oh, Calvin? No, he's human.
Oh, you said his eyes were bugging out too
Yeah,
far.
he-
I didn't.
Yeah, he was getting really bug eyed. It almost seemed like he wasn't human, as large as they were getting. You never seen anyone's eyes get that big. And so if you escort him home, he's walking kind of slow, so it takes a little bit of time. It's getting really late by the time you get him home. Nothing else seems to happen. And as he's bidding you good night, thanking you once again for saving him, and he will mention that I did remember one thing, that it seemed like one of them was cutting on me. It was a side conversation that was going on. Most of it wasn't in the truth, so I didn't quite understand it all. But there was something about invitations and some sort of game happening soon. I don't know if this will help, but I do thank you for your help, and I hope you catch those pasty son of a guns. And he heads off into his house. And Webb, yeah, you do know from his description and the name, you do know where this cellar's at. And it's over to you guys. You're in the middle of the street in the dark. Tink, did you finish your business and follow them, or are you still with us?
Well, yeah, actually, Tink does kind of follow after Tink's done, because he follows behind Webb, who Tink loaned the screwdriver to,
Intent on getting a new screwdriver.
and is just like reading off the model and like where it can be found and what kind of store Webb could find it at, probably here in a town like this, and that one was actually a very unique size and a little difficult to find, and yeah, just like that.
Webb is not listening at all.
Tink does not stop.
So what does Tink? Oh, something happened to the webcams.
We
What
lost
does-
our deputy.
James, you still with us?
Yeah, I just wasn't hearing anything in my headsets.
So what is Tink's reaction when Tink sees Webb get some coinage off of the victim?
Just takes note of it, kind of is like, this one is a bit of a scrapper, huh? Those are some Durham techniques I'm seeing deployed there. So it raises my suspicion level about this group just a little bit.
He's not real subtle about it either. He just takes this guy's stuff.
Got a little bit of a kleptomania here going. I can see. All right, so what's the plan?
We still going to this precinct?
I think you're muted.
Yeah. No. He's not muted. He's just really quiet. Not barely. Like
I can't hear.
sounds like you're 100 feet away.
Yeah, it sounds like you're really far and kind of doing the tin can.
No, it's still the same.
Nope.
How about now?
Oh, better.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. So we're still heading to the precinct?
Hello?
Hello?
There we go.
Yep, we hear you. Yeah, it's probably getting closer to like midnight-ish, maybe 1 in the morning after all these events. Still planning on going to the precinct, or y'all gonna head home?
I don't know. I think if hopefully there was a recent drop off, maybe we should go check out that place where they're holding him.
Hello? Technical difficulties?
Yep. Got to happen at least once. So, what was that, Josh? Who are you looking to?
Maybe we should go check out that.
The dead body or dead bodies?
Well, where they're keeping this guy.
Oh, the cellar. Yeah, y'all could head over to the cellar if y'all want to now.
I mean, the dead bodies are still going to be there in the morning.
Yep. So yes, it's a little further into to the center of the city. It's not in the outskirts. It's a little deeper in. It's probably about a 30-minute walk from the revelry from this guy's house. It's probably more like 5 or so minutes. Because he did say that he got taken on his way to work, so it's not too far from where he lives. And when you get there, it's yeah, it's definitely an old bakery that's been boarded up. It's currently no signs of any lights.
Because we looked through the files, were any of the other people taken like on the way to their place of or from it?
Looking at the files, no, that's one of the things that's been driving driving James crazy is there doesn't seem to be any kind of pattern. Like none of the people taken or killed have any links with each other. It seems completely sporadic and random. And James doesn't know if there's been any inner city similar cases, because inside the heart of the city Most of the police work, most of the enforcing is done by the Zev, which anyone that lives here in town and the city knows that it's an elite peacekeeping force that's composed of these flying cylindrical automatons. They got a lot of robotic arms. They kind of would remind you of a steampunkish version of the Sentinels from the Matrix. And they were something that were created by the Order of Truth a long time ago by one of the previous Amber Popes. And they're actually under the control of a branch of the government, of the mayor's office and the police force. And the order don't control them. They help maintain them and fix them, but it's actually was a gift to the city.
Yeah, they're autonomous, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
And have we put all these places on a map too, and like played connect the dots to see if they
Yeah, some of the files, some of the paperwork that y'all had the marked on a map all the locations, and yeah, it doesn't form like any sort of symbol, any triangulation. It's just like over here was one, and then way over here was one. There's like no the locations. There was nothing significant about the locations historically or politically. It seems like someone was just like throwing darts, saying, "Okay, we'll kill someone here." So you're outside this building. There doesn't seem to be a cellar entrance on the street side. And Webb, you would probably know since you've had some dealings with the baker and probably snuck in a few times to get some of that bread that wasn't given to you freely. And you know that the cellar entrance is actually down a small little side alley around the back side.
I'll lead everyone around.
And yeah, it's a very small, little cramped area, extremely dark at this time of the night. No light source, and there's like 3 little stone steps that go down towards this wooden door.
I light up my little dagger so we can see.
Is my staff no longer lit up?
No, as soon as I touch the dagger, the stuff dims out.
Ah, cool.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it lights it up. You can see it's seems to be a very secure looking wooden door. It's got
a lock on it.
Got a key. It's kind of like a keyhole.
All right.
And with that, I need to get a refill of my drink after doing that croaky voice. So let's do a quick little break and get a refill of the drink, and then we'll get into the cellar.
All right.
Get this back on. Get the notes up. Okay, so you are about to walk down these steps towards the cellar door. Who's doing what?
Webb is using whatever tricks he did last time to get in here. Whether they work still or not, he's going to give it a shot.
All right. You do. We'll say that since you have broken into here before, you do know that the door is kept locked. At least it was when Briar, whatever however I said pronounce his name, when he was still around, he did keep the cellar locked. And it does not seem like it's been tampered with since it was since the place was boarded up. So it would be a difficulty 3, some sort of lockpicking skill to get it open.
I do not have that. Just a speed check.
Yep.
I'll use whatever tools I have in my back pocket. Maybe like some little piece of metal I got off that thing we just salvaged.
Yeah, I figured you probably have a couple of tidbits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not dexterous, it's not elegant, but a little bit of jimmying.
Nice.
You get it open, and the rest of you can kind of tell. Okay, Webb is actually definitely acting like he's done this a few times before.
This is my old pop's house.
It door slides open, and it's dark. It's dusty, but it does show signs of recent use. There's right off the bat, just looking in, what you can see with your illuminated light, it seems to be mostly full of old crates and barrels. And also quite obvious, without requiring any sort of checks, you can see that off to one side there is a wooden chair with some cast-off ropes haphazardly laying around it. And on the other side of the room, there's a couple of crates and some board planks been arranged to make a makeshift table. And that's pretty much all you can see at first glance without doing any sort of checks.
Start investigating. Search for anything I can find, I guess. Any
Okay.
footprints, patterns, any of that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna check the barrels.
You whereas the alleyway wasn't seemed not to be disturbed, you can definitely see there was several people here. Give me a difficulty. Let's go with a difficulty 4. Some sort of investigating check. Perception check.
I have identifying importance. Could that help?
Identifying important what?
It's called identifying importance.
I'll say you can use that, or you can assist, give someone an asset.
Oh, assist.
I use my seeing underlying patterns to see if I can spot anything, like I said, like footprints or anything that jumps out.
Okay. Yeah.
Say it's difficulty 4.
Yep. Seems like your buddy Malcolm is giving you an asset.
Nope.
Ooh. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of traffic. You can see that there are prints coming and going. It looks like this might have been a staging ground of some sort. It seems like they might have been here for a while, and there's too many crisscrossing paths. You can't determine how old they are or how many people were in here. You can tell that you as you're looking around, you do notice that there are some bloodstains on the floor, around and on the chair, which seems to collaborate with the story you were told about the accountant being tied up and tortured a bit. Anyone else checking anything?
Yeah, I wanted to check the boxes and barrels.
Okay, so yeah, in the boxes and barrels, it's mostly some old kitchen equipment from seems like whenever the person died, they boxed up most of his stuff down here, maybe for a later auction or waiting for someone to buy it. But it's a lot of bulky equipment, and there may be a little bit of food stuff, some ingredients used for cooking that has gone bad.
Okay.
But you do notice, and if anyone else is checking anything else, checking the boxes and the crates does take you to the makeshift table. And you can see that there is a stack of paper and looks like ink bottle. And there is some sort of small object that is close to one corner. It's about the size of your fist. It would fit in the palm of your hand pretty easily. And it's just kind of slightly hovering a couple inches over the top of the table.
So is it a Numenera by any chance?
It is indeed a Numenera device.
I will make a understand Numenera check. Try and figure out what this thing is.
Okay. Let me see. This would be a difficulty 6.
6. Wow. Okay. Hey, got it.
Good roll.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've heard of something like this. You haven't actually seen one of these before, but it's it kind of looks like a puzzle toy. It looks more intricate than what you've heard of before. And as you're sitting there, as you walked up to it, and as you pick it up, it wants to kind of like hover over your palm, and it's not staying static. It's kind of liquidy shaping itself, reconfiguring its shape, and it's going through some mild color. It's like not giving off a lot of light, but it's actually changing its surface color.
If I shine my green light on it, does that affect it at all?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll let
Um,
it hover above my hand and like pick it up, I guess. Lifts it up.
And like you do know that that it is like a puzzle. Like you can physically, as it's changing itself, you know that you can physically manipulate it to force it into specific shapes and colors. And you know that generally it's a shape and a color combo that solves the puzzle. But
Okay, I'll try and
that's about all that you get out of your check. You don't really remember why or what happens if you succeed, but you know that that's usually what you do with this.
Can I attempt to solve it?
You can attempt to solve it.
I am trained in solving puzzles. You want me to assist you?
I got this. Step back.
Okay.
So what kind of check is this?
It would be pretty much the same thing. It's a difficulty 6 intellect check.
Nope.
Okay. Fun thing here. You as you manipulate it, you think that you got it, and it gives you a little bit of resistance there at the end, but you click it into shape and into place, and it stops morphing on its own, and it goes into a solid shape, and it turns into a let's actually say let's say it's green. I should probably write this down. Let me write down a quick shape color combo. But it doesn't seem to be what it was supposed to be. And as you're filling with it, you also notice that on one of its sides there seems to be 3 small little gemstone looking little things that are dark and dull. Like when the rest of its body is changing colors, and it ends up in this color that you assigned it, those gemstones don't light up. And the final color that it left itself in when you were messing with it was green. And it ended up in kind of a circle color or a circle shape. But the gemstone doesn't light up. And you recall after filling with it that, oh yeah, if I get this right, that one of those gemstones will light up. But you didn't get it wrong, and you didn't get it right, and you're like getting a little frustrated with yourself.
Okay.
And then it kind of vibrates, and it shoots a beam of light right into your eyes, and your vision is completely encompassed with a brief holographic projection of extremely shocking and disturbing content that I am not going to even attempt to try to describe what it is, and it causes you to suffer 6 points of intellect damage. that
Ow.
ignores armor.
Guess you should have let me help you.
And the difficulty of all task is increased by 1 step until you're able to heal that damage.
I'll try and heal myself straight away.
Yep, you can do that because you haven't healed yourself today.
Let's go 3 points. Cool.
Yeah, you get a sharp headache and you're visibly shaken. And the rest of you don't see what Webb sees, but you do see him hunkered over something, and he kind of grumbles, and then this very bright light lights up the whole dark room briefly and shines into his face, and he gives out a horrified scream, grabs his head.
You okay there?
Kind of pat my head. And use the green lights flash up in my face again. That hurt. I just put the thing down on the ground.
Does it still float?
Well, it sets on the ground for a little bit, then it starts to hover a couple inches over the ground, and it goes back to rotating shapes and colors.
That thing's dangerous.
Kick it.
It kind of wibble wobbles like a die floating
Does it
in the
hurt your
air.
toe? Because you're not wearing shoes.
Yeah, we'll say this is like stepping on a Lego in the middle of the night. It doesn't do any damage, but dang, it smarts.
I got so many calluses. I don't even feel it.
Should I try identifying quality, function, and power?
Sure. That'll be a same type of roll. It's a difficulty 6 to try to identify this.
And I can put like an effort on it.
Yep, you can. You can use 1 level of effort if you so choose.
Can I assist him?
If you have something, you got the problem solving thing. Yeah, you can assist him.
I'm seeing patterns, so yeah, I don't know.
So I put 2 under roll effort.
So
No, 1 in effort, 1 in asset.
Yeah. Let me see if he has his character, because he may not have. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he has it set up. So yeah, you should see under the action section, asset. Yep, you got it. $17.
Nice.
Okay. And then you do know you're subtracting those 2 points from your intellect, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So with the 17, you know. I'll even give you the success with that, with the problem solving asset, since that's a really high row. You know that you have to solve this thing 3 times, and I'll say that you know it needs to be the color red. You don't. It's not quite high enough. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a difficulty 8. So yeah, you know that it has to be a shape of a triangle and the color red to succeed. So it doesn't actually tell you how to configure it that way, but I'll give you whoever wants to try to solve it and an asset towards trying to get the right combination. And you know that it has to be solved 3 times.
I guess that'll be me. Since I've got solving puzzles.
Who wants to
Let's
risk their mind?
I've got 4 intellect points left.
You got
About to
2.
be impaired.
You got 2 whole other pools. And don't forget you can do you can do some recovery rolls.
Can I heal him up?
You could do that too.
Is that considered a mental effect?
So
Intellect, yeah.
Yeah,
I
intellect,
assume
yeah.
he just got. Did he just get hurt by the thing, or
No.
No,
just
I
ran
haven't,
out of juice?
I haven't tried it yet.
I have resist mental effects, and if you assist me, I can try it.
But I'm trained in solving puzzles.
Yeah, I think the resist mental effects just gives it's like mental defense. So it makes it makes it it's kind of like speed defense and avoiding combat. It makes you're better at avoiding. It doesn't negate you taking damage, but yeah, you got better mental fortitude towards avoiding damage. But
So who needs healing?
Oh, I don't technically need healing. My intellect pool is just down to 4.
I hand him like a little concoction of some sorts and say, "This will clear your mind," and I'll roll a heal check on him.
There you go. All right. What?
yeah, Webb is determined to get everyone addicted before the end of the campaign.
Hey, if you get them addicted, they keep coming back.
All right, so roll your heal check.
Oh,
Nice.
So how many points were you trying to give him?
it was a difficulty 4 with my difficulty reduction thing.
Okay. So you got an extra 4 points on top of this, so that's 8.
I'm up to 4.
All right. That was some really. Anyway, it had a little minty taste to it. It was really good.
Nice.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Is anyone else assisting me?
Are you trying to crack this thing up?
We're gonna try to solve the puzzle.
No, Webb doesn't want to do it again.
What about Tink? Is Tink doing anything?
Tink doesn't understand these Numenera things and has 0 interest in seeing whatever it was Webb saw.
Now, I think you can assist me, can't you, with that thing that you just did to it? Helping to identify power and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, I think you get an asset because of that. Can I
Cool.
assist on top of that?
No, you can just have 2 assets.
Yeah, so you get an asset towards solving it because he figured out that it has to be in the shape of a triangle and the color red.
There's one success.
Yeah. All right, so you configure it and you actually get it shaped into the shape of a triangle and the color red, and one of those gemstones flashes into a well, it actually kind of blinks kind of an amber light.
Cool. Now I just had to do it 2 more times, huh?
Yep. You're feeling confident. You done it once. You think, hey, this is a
Yeah.
child's toy.
Oh, 1 failure.
All right, so yeah, you get it a second time. The second light blinks on, and then you get a little overconfident on that third attempt, and you fill it around, and yeah, it looks like it's going to the triangle shape, and then it's almost like it fights back almost, and it goes into like this kind of spiky ball shape that almost cuts your palm, and then a beam of light shoots out, hits you in the eyes, and yeah, you see some very, very disturbing images, and you take the same amount of damage.
How many points was that? 3? 4?
Take the 6 points of intellect damage, and it ignores armor.
Ooh.
Okay, I
And
gave you that 8, huh?
and your any task until you're healed of those 6 points is 1 step difficult.
Do I have to heal all 6? Or just get a heal?
Yeah, the 6 points had to be healed.
Okay, so I'm still debilitated.
Okay.
I'll use a recovery roll.
I forgot we had those.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that too.
Okay. So that's 4 points back for James. 7 back for Webb.
Thank you.
I'm still down 2 points.
Someone else can try to heal you, or you could take a 10-minute breather to do another recovery roll, or you could attempt it with a penalty.
I'll try to heal myself.
Yep, you can do
I
that.
can do that, right?
Yeah, if you haven't tried to heal yourself yet, you can do that.
So what do you roll for that?
However many points you're trying to heal, that's the difficulty.
Hey, did it do it? No. It's just an intellect roll.
Yep. Intellect roll.
There it goes.
Okay, yep, you get your 2 points back. And
I can try this again.
I'm going to offer a GM intrusion to Tink. Try to get everybody a chance to get some XP. Who do you want to give your second XP point to, Tink?
We'll spread it around evenly and give it to Webb.
All right. This one. And that says 4, but it's really just 1. So way this is working is the XP given out this way is going to be for refusing GM intrusions, rerolling dies, short-term benefits, player intrusions, that kind of stuff. And on the character sheet where it says XP, That's where the story advancement XP, what you're going to be utilizing to tier up, advance your character.
Okay, so we can't
Ah.
use intrusion XP for leveling up?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, what happens is as James is fiddling with that thing that last time, the beam actually because the spiky baldness of it, it doesn't hit him fully. One of the part of the beam actually shoots off and comes flying in your direction, Tink. And you get a the flash at the same time causes the shadows to morph. Like you don't see the disturbing images or take the damage, but enough of it is to give like a little psychedelic effect, and you kind of see the shadows morph into some very scary creature.
Is there anywhere to hide? I immediately look for somewhere to hide.
There's
Just run.
there's the table, the makeshift table.
No, I get the fuck out of there. I'm not really that interested in these guys anymore. And my tools. I see scary things. So I don't know how far I'm going to run. I'm just going to get away from this situation. I don't know if I've abandoned my interest in this little group that I followed, but I'm just going to dash out of there. Get
All right.
somewhere and catch my breath, yeah.
So Tink lets out a little scream and runs out the door. Anyone else trying to finish solving the thing?
I got one intellect left. I'll give it a go. Same assists and everything?
Yep.
Yes. Now I have no intellect left. But I did it.
Okay, so when the third light comes on, you very similar type of situation. A light shoots out. Doesn't it's not as bright. It doesn't hurt you, but you get you do get an image. Let me see if I can show this. Where is it? So many cards. A lot of scrolling. Image of this gets projected into your brain. I'll switch this over to the battle map.
The mouths, I get it. Look at that.
And so only you see this. And
am I supposed to know what it's called?
It's I'll say yeah, it has some words with it because it also has a diagram. It starts off with that picture, maybe like the name, and it shows a diagram of its physiology. So you get a yeah, it's pretty much an asset. You get an asset for attacks against this creature, this Slidkin.
Like permanently? Or basically I now have like a book or knowledge.
Yeah, it seems to give you knowledge on their physiology, so you're well equipped to do damage to them.
I'll just add that under skills.
And after that, it goes back to its inert state.
That's asset to attack, or I get a bonus to damage.
It's a asset to
I
attack.
guess it'd be
Makes it-
asset to attack.
Yeah.
Webb's gonna head outside and see where Tink Tatch went.
Okay. What does he see when he goes out, Tink?
I'm probably clear of the doorway entryway that they went in, and maybe honestly, Webb's probably gonna have to look around a couple of corners to see where I finally decide to stop running and just lean against the wall and catch my breath. Think about what I'm gonna do next. How I'm gonna. Is there somewhere to check in? Try and find somewhere in the morning to check in with Amber, the caravan.
All right. So give me a difficulty 2 check. See if you can track Tink down.
Okay. Perception.
Yep. Some sort of perception or tracking skill.
I will use perception.
Yeah.
Can that minor effect be I find a shin on my way
nice.
there?
Yeah, it can be. I'll
Yes.
let you roll a d6.
Two.
You find a couple of shins laying in the street.
I just find, just by pure happenstance, I found a shin, and then I found a Tink Tatch.
Nice.
So yeah, you see Tink kind of.
Bringing me my screwdriver.
You can have these shins if you want, I guess.
All right. Yeah, sure. I probably could get a couple of screwdrivers for a couple of shins, honestly.
I give them the 2 shins.
All right, mark that on your sheet.
Why are you hiding in the alleyway?
I just had to get out of there. Man, honestly, I just started following you guys because I needed to go to the bathroom. So, I don't know what kind of business you guys are into, but I think I'm probably better off just sticking with answering the call. Caravan.
This is probably the most commonly used bathroom on this street.
Well, I'm good now. While you guys were ripping that guy down from the webbing, I took care of things. So
what's
thanks for the shins. I'll, for some tool shops.
You say you're going through this portal?
Yeah, probably.
What you looking for?
I don't know. I'm not really looking for anything. I'm just going. There's people there. There's more people going, and they're gonna have wagons and machinery, equipment. I'll be able to make myself useful. You make yourself useful, people help take care of you.
Or they exploit you.
Uh, Then I just move on. People don't tend to exploit you if you know what to do the things they don't know what to do.
What is Webb's thought about the proclamation from the Pope and the portal?
He's kind of had a tough look on the Pope and that whole situation since he got kicked out of the university. So he's kind of reluctant to want to go do something for him. But he does want to get out of the city.
That's a very quick way to get out of the city.
Yep.
Okay, back in the cellar, as you've solved this puzzle, what are the other two doing? You still got some other items on the table.
I'm impaired.
I guess I'll check them out.
I'm gonna sit down and recover.
All right, so yeah, that took a lot out of you for such a little thing. That thing packed quite a punch, and just the image itself of that creature was a little disturbing. Not as disturbing as when you the other thing you saw, but it does bring to light and focus in some of the other aspects of your investigation.
Yeah, it definitely fills in some of the gaps. The mouths, the
And-
ranting.
And Malcolm,
People
if you're checking out the table, you find that there's a stack of very fine paper. There's like 23 sheets of high quality paper and a half empty ink bottle, but there's no pen, no quill. And yeah, I'm not going to require a roll. It looks like the ink, the labeling on the bottle is also very high quality.
All right, I'll take.
Yeah, give me a difficulty 2 investigation perception check of some sort.
So that'd be just like an intellect.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So you also see a one of the sheets of paper has some writing. It's only partial. Actually, it's not even writing. You notice that it's kind of got like a indentation on the page, kind of like on a notepad to the bottom sheet after a top sheet has been written on. You can tell that it was underneath something else that was written on, but the paper itself is blank.
Can we use like a pencil or a piece of charcoal or something to lightly go over it so I can see what?
Yeah, if you have any sort of writing implement or some charcoal, if not now, you could probably get some charcoal later on to try to do a rubbing.
Okay, I'll try and rub it later. I don't have charcoal handy or a writing implement besides the pen.
I know someone that has black paint.
I've got so much stuff.
I don't think the paint would work.
Do you have some charcoal, Web? Oh, Web's not there. I can ask Web
He's not
later.
there. That's what I said. I know someone who does. Do I get a 10-minute rest?
You can take a 10-minute rest, and I think actually we've gone, I believe, 4 hours. So we will probably give it a ending here. And we'll pick up the rest of this next time.
Yes, that's what I need.
I was
7.
gonna. It was actually close to cutting time when Tink ran out of the basement. I was like, oh well, that's not a good place to cut it. So we'll go for a little bit longer. So I hope everyone enjoyed it so far. I guess I'll turn the music back on here.
Yeah, it's getting interesting.
Thank
think
you,
we've
Brian. This is
Accomplished
exciting.
something.
We're off on a new adventure.
Yep, I got a little worried when you said Tink doesn't know if she wants to stay with these people, and I was like, oh god, she's not enjoying herself.
No, just trying to find a reason. Just
Playing
just
the character.
following
Yep.
Playing the character, exactly.
So we're gonna get out of here. You know what? Let's go back to the player cam thing, so people can see the cameras still. Is there any parting words anyone wants to say before we head out?
If you watch this, thanks for sticking with us.
Yep. So I think we're gonna try to do this every week. Josh, do you think you can join us for an every Saturday adventure, or do we need to rethink the
Do my
schedule?
best.
What's that?
I mean, I can try on Saturdays are just more difficult, but yeah, I'll try my best.
All right, cool. Yeah. Because if you want, we can do it every other week or something. I'm totally.
I think
fine
we're
with
going to
that.
switch between this and Tyranny and possibly Dawn's game when that's ready, correct? Or are we switching Tyranny to Fridays?
We'll see.
Okay.
Because it conflicted with someone else's schedule as well.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, I really don't know how to put on the schedule on the ending the stream thing yet. Hit that follow button if you haven't already to know when I'm streaming. I do stream other things throughout the week, but Saturdays we're doing something. Be sure and hit me up on Twitter, and I'll be posting on there. Join our Discord if you haven't already. This will be going up on YouTube in the next couple of days, and you can follow us on World Anvil to keep up to date with the notes of the campaign. There's also a Twitch link. You can watch it straight on the World Anvil site if you want. And yeah, we're going to be getting into it. We got this weird murder mystery going on. We got this portal that opens to somewhere. A lot of people taking caravans, and it seems like that's the main thing that's on Tink's mind, and I'm kind of curious to see how everyone acts with that too. And with that, I think we're gonna give it a call it a day. Hope y'all enjoyed watching the stream. Hopefully we'll see you again next time, and until then, thanks for watching.
Thanks, Brian.
Yay, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks.